Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, 6, 7, 1, 11, 63, 72, 91, 37. A favorite number of one of my team members. 37. Do I hear 37? Amazing. All right. It seems to be working wonderfully. Stop share. Am I also a host? No, but I have permission. Lovely, jubbly, lovely, lovely stuff. Got the YouTube link up. Hello, everybody. It is a pleasure to have you here. This is probably going to get cut out, but if it isn't, you're here for some good entertainment. There is no entertainment. The only entertainment you'll be getting is throughout the session. Looking forward to seeing everybody. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. We are currently waiting for our speaker to join the session. Oh, we have one of our speakers joining the session, Mohammed Habib. It's a pleasure to have you here, my friend. Mohammed Habib is an IFMSA Social Accountability Facilitator, the local president for 24-25 term, Medicine Sudan Evaluation Assistant 23-24, and LC SecGen 23-24. It's a pleasure to have you here, Mohammed Habib. Can you hear us?
Yes, I do. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this introduction. It's actually my pleasure to be here with you guys. I hope that you will have a wonderful session for today. We already prepared wonderful content for you, and I hope it will go even beyond your expectations. I'm beyond glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. We have two other speakers accompanying you today. We've got Francisca and we've got Banaz. According to the plan of action, I believe Banaz will be holding the first topic, and then you will be taking the floor. And we are all looking forward to seeing what you and the fellow speakers have to say. Just gonna have Banaz join the session and give her introduction, and then she'll take the floor. We have another one of our speakers here with us. Shika has joined. Shika, can you hear me? Did I pronounce your name
Yes,
correct?
perfectly. Yes, it's perfect. Hi,
How's it going? You doing okay?
I'm great. How about you
Won-
guys?
Wonderful, not doing too bad. We have with us Francisca Mesquita. I hope I got that right. Um,
Yes,
hu-
it's correct.
Perfect. Human rights and public health advocate, member of the IFMSA task force on addressing ableism within the IFMSA 24-25 season, and then Portugal professional exchange assistant 24 and HR trainer alongside TMET and TPHT. How are you doing today, Do I call you Chica or do I call you Francesca?
You can call me Chica. It's like
Chica.
my nickname, international nickname.
Wonderful, wonderful. How are you today?
Great. I'm so sorry for the delay because I'm also giving a human rights workshop in European regional meeting.
Oh,
So
wonderful.
it has been very chaotic, but I managed to be here. I'm very happy.
It's a pleasure to have you here. We have Muhammad Habib with us. He is also here, and we are now waiting for Banaz, last but not least. I believe, according to the plan of action, she'll be taking the first topic, and then we'll go from there. And speak of the legend, Banaz. Oh, is she here? I saw her. Oh, yes, she is. Banaz, how are you?
Yes, hi. Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Sweet. We have with us Banaz Shakhwan, belonging to IFMSA Kurdistan and currently on the National Officer on Human Rights and Peace. How are you today, Banaz?
I'm fine, thank you. How's everyone? How are you?
Sweet, sweet. It's a pleasure to have you here. We're all doing amazingly well.
Glad to hear that.
I believe the first topic is yours, right?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm gonna get uh the host to make you a host as well.
Okay.
Ishan, if you're there, could you please make Banaz the host so she can share her screen? Sorry about the delay. I'm currently waiting for the host to make you and the other speakers alongside myself a co-host, and then we'll begin with the sharing of our screens. Thank you so much for waiting. Yep, Atiyah, today's meeting should go on an hour and a half, 2 hours, give or take, from 8 to 10 p.m. Pakistan time. All right. In the meantime, uh, what we'll do until we're able to sort this out, we will have our first icebreaker session. But I don't think that's gonna happen if I am not the host. It seems I can share it. Wonderful. All right, we will start with this, our first icebreaker session. I hope everybody's ready and have an amazing time. Let's get this open. All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Perfect.
Yes.
The first icebreaker session, what we're gonna do, let's have a look. 2 truths and a lie. Let me get this up into full screen. Um, All right, I am also a host now. Wonderful. Let's see. All right, 2 truths and a lie. And what comes to mind. For this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna display pictures and we want everybody to tell us what comes to mind. All right? I'm gonna, in the meantime, hold on. Um, Give me a second. All right, let's get the show on the road. It's been way too long. I have kept everybody waiting. I apologize. Thank you so much. What comes to mind? All right, icebreaker number 1. Here we have a picture of a desert. Everybody get in the chat. What comes to mind when you see this picture? Sand, Dubai, no water, camel oasis. Mirage, yes, wonderful. Sand dunes, the sun, Aladdin. I don't know why Aladdin comes to mind, but Aladdin does. All right, let's build on from this. If you could take any 3 items to the desert, what would you take? Any 3 items. Water. How much water are you taking? 3 items, 3 items. Water, food, and the helicopter. Plenty of water, sunblock camp, plenty of water. Sharipova Zarguna, that is amazing, amazing. Take the water and the helicopter with you. But no, okay, remove the helicopter. Sunblock, very, very good idea. Not many people taking, if you say anything, I want to take 2 trillion liters of water in a singular container as 1 item. That's very specific, my friend. 2 trillion liters of water. Are you starving the rest of the general population of their water supply? Mobile with long-lasting battery, Wi-Fi connection and headphones, water, friends, my car. It's very nice. We have some wonderful items. How about the hosts? What are you guys taking with you besides water? Give us some more items, guys. Good jacket, cloak, book, and a knife. Very, very interesting. My phone, yes. All right, wonderful. We have some amazing, amazing items. All right, let's move on to the next image. Genie. Genie lamp, everybody. What comes to mind with the genie lamp? And if you could make any wish come true, what wish would it be? Type your wishes. Let's keep them SCORP and rights and peace related. USMLE match. World peace. Let's foster some conversation. Cliche, but world peace. It's our job as Scorpions, right? Best surgeon. My wish would be omnipotence. Yep, that would mean you're God. And it's a bit of a debatable one. All right, to be grateful. That's very interesting. My wish is to have infinite wishes. We have an amazing, that's genius. Lots of money. Wonderful. I want to be invisible. That's interesting. See, if I had 3 wishes, right? What would I wish for? You know what? I'd wish for an unlimited supply of food. Let's be honest. I'm an amazing foodie. I want food. I want friends. But if there's food, there is no food, food, water, and some friends. They're not playing for us today. Yep. Food, good friends, and some water. I think there is nothing that good human company cannot solve. But you can create food for yourself if you're omnipotent. Yeah, well, do you know what I mean? Being omnipotent, that's a whole other discussion, my friend. One that we unfortunately don't have much time for. So we will move on to the second part of our icebreaker. Two truths and a lie. All right. People turn on their mics and say three statements. Two of them are the truth and one is a lie, and everybody will have to guess. Any volunteers for this? Just peace and prosperity for all mankind and a true friend. That's amazing, amazing wishes from everybody. Is there any volunteers for two truths and a lie? Three statements. Two of them are the truth. Benaz, yes. Am I
Uh,
all right? Go for it.
yes. So I love cats. I'm 25 years old and I love Spanish latte.
You love
One is
cats.
the
You are 25 years old and you love a Spanish latte.
Yes, which one is a lie?
All right. Get in the chat, everyone. What do we think?
Yes, it's the age. I'm not 25 years old. I'm 20.
You're 20.
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Everybody guessed that on the first go. Amazing. So wait, you don't like cats and you don't like Spanish lattes?
No, that was
Oh, those are
these
the
were the
truths. Yeah,
truths.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. My bad. I love cats myself. I'm a very, very cat person, but I also like huskies and wolves. So that's a bit of an interesting paradox. All right, next. Anybody else who wants to volunteer? For two truths and a lie, have we got any volunteers? You can raise your hands, you can unmute your mics, just as Banaz. Shika, wonderful. All right, go for it.
Okay, so I think I can go.
Yep.
So I once started a fire on a Christmas tree using a Santa hat. I did ballet for 10 years and I was attacked by a shark.
You were a tech bioshark. Hmm. All right, which one does everyone think it's a lie? I don't know, you know. You know what? I think it's a shark as well. Shika, which one's the lie?
So the lie is actually the ballet.
No way. All
So
right.
my family and I, we were attacked by a shark in Spain once.
Yep.
So I was very little, so for me it was very funny. For my parents, it
Ah.
wasn't.
Ah.
And I actually also started a fire on a Christmas tree with a Santa hat. Don't ask me why and
The
how. I
innovation
still
is
don't know.
incredible. The innovation is incredible. No questions will be asked, but just the idea is amazing. I can't imagine how that went down with the family though.
Well, I woke up everyone at home with that. It wasn't fun at all.
Oh my word. No,
It
listen,
was
it's
an accident, in my defense.
yeah, fair enough, fair enough. You know what? If it had the how did you do it, by the way? I'm curious
So,
now.
okay, so I'm going to make a parenthesis just to tell this story. So, I remember I was studying for an exam. I was like in my seventh grade, I think. And
Okay.
I always had an issue with electricity. I've been always scared of, of taking electronics out of the sockets and all because I would always get shocked. So
Yep.
I remember it was around Christmas, so the Christmas tree had the lights on, and my
Yep.
parents went to bed and then left that on. And my mom, she's very strict about, wasting energy and money and all that. So I was going to bed. I was like, I cannot leave this on. But I was so scared of touching, the cord that I decided to use a Santa beret to, pull it from the outlet. The thing is, that kind of exploded and the beret had polyester, so it was very inflammable.
Yep.
Everything started burning, and I was like, oh my God, what have I done?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I hope everybody was okay though.
Yes, yes, yes. Everything was under control, but in the moment, it was scary. Now it's a
Yeah,
funny
no, I
story.
can't imagine. I have fire and stuff like that genuinely gets me. All right. We have Mohammed Habib as well, our third speaker. Wonderful. Please enlighten us. Two truths and a lie, my friend.
Yes, I'm ready. I can share the two truths and one lie. Okay, the first one is that I'm a big fan of movies.
Yep.
The second one is that I'm 6'3"
Yep.
tall. And the third one is that I have visited three countries only so far.
Wait, could you repeat the last one?
I have visited three countries so far.
Okay. So
Mhm.
you're 6'3", you've visited 3 countries so far, and you love movies.
Yes, exactly.
Mm,
Which one is the
mm.
lie?
You know what? I think it's the countries. All right, let's give
No,
it.
actually, this
Let's
is
let,
the
wait,
wrong
wait,
answer.
which one?
The last one is the wrong answer. It's wrong.
The
Let's take guesses from the chat.
the 3 countries one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the lie. The countries is the lie. Fair enough. So you're a movie fan.
No, no. The last one is it's a wrong answer. I visited only three countries so far, and I'm looking forward. I visited
Oh,
my
okay. So
home
that's the
country, which
truth.
is yes, it's the truth.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Which
All
one
right.
is the wrong answer? Two options remaining. What do you think, guys?
All right. If it's not the country, I think that I think it's the height. Is it the height?
I see most of the people saying the height, but it's actually true also. I'm 6'3".
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Bro, that's crazy. You've thrown everyone off there. So you're not a movie fan.
Not a movie fan actually.
Oh, why?
It never entertains me. I don't know why. I am a big fan of documentaries.
Yep.
I find it, yes, more entertaining for me,
Yep.
especially that it covers like different topics, different history and such. I'm
Yep.
not a fan of fiction and yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Everybody has their
Mhm.
own tastes. All right, we've got time for 2 more. I would like to go last on this one. We've got Aisha Khan. Uh, please tell us 2 truths and a lie. Go for it.
Okay, so the first one is I am an extrovert person. Second, my favorite color is blue. And third, I have many friends.
Okay, so you've said you're an extrovert, your favorite color is blue, and you have many friends, right?
Yeah.
Hmm. I think it's the extrovert.
Yeah, that's the lie.
Is that the lie?
Yeah.
Hey. So your favorite color is blue and you have many friends.
Yeah, I have many friends, but I am an introvert person.
Fair enough, fair enough. Wonderful. That's amazing. All right. I will also contribute and we will then hand the floor over to Banaz to take the topic. All right. 2 truths and a lie. Number one. No, I can't do that. Or can I? You know what? Number one, I'm a magician. Number two, I've um I've had a pet wolf. And number three, hmm, I I love playing the piano. All right, I've made this very easy for everyone, except the hosts because they're meeting me for the first time. Which one am I lying on?
Can you repeat the second one?
I have a pet wolf. So which one is it? All right, well, all right, this is interesting. All right. All right. Should I reveal the answer? All right. The lie is the pet wolf. I love wolves. I've visited wolves. I've seen wolves in zoos, but I do not have a pet wolf. So yeah, I do play the piano and I do card tricks. So yeah, there are my two truths. All right, wonderful. What I'm gonna do now is I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm gonna hand it over to Banaz. Banaz, you can share your screen and begin your topic, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
No worries, go for it. Best of luck.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so hi everyone. Hi again. My name is Banaz. I'm a third year medical student here today with you guys from MSA-Pakistan. Today we'll be talking about understanding the right to education. We'll be talking about why education is a fundamental right. Okay. So before I move on, I want to ask a question. Why do you guys think that education is a fundamental right? You guys can write in the chats.
I think that
I won't be able to.
Oh, did someone want to say something?
What happened?
All right, I think that education is a fundamental human right because we should all understand that knowledge is something that is very, very valuable, and knowledge should not be something that certain people can access. Everybody has the right to access knowledge. Everybody has the right to access education. It shouldn't be something that should be, a privilege. I think it should be a right. And that's the thing. Yep, that's my 2 cents on it.
Okay, perfect. And we have in chat saying they promote equality, and one is saying empowerment, and it creates awareness of other fundamental rights. These are all true. So let's go on and see why education is a fundamental human right. First of all, as you guys also mentioned, that it empowers individuals. It's in sorry. Okay, so it
Banaz,
yeah, I'm
you
sorry, wait, something is
that's okay. Take your time.
okay. So, as I was saying, that human education is a fundamental human right. Why? Because, as you guys also mentioned, it empowers individuals. It makes us aware of the other rights we have. For example, the right to health or the right to free speech. And it also enables people to live with their dignity and also promotes equality. And it's also important for breaking the cycle of poverty. So, basically, if you compare one educated person with one that's not educated, you would see the difference of their, let's say, economical status. And it's also important for building just and peaceful and prosperous societies. Now, one other reason why it's considered as a fundamental human right because it is recognized in international laws. For example, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948. We have the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, 1966, and on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, also 1989. These are where it is recognized as an international law. So, as you also guys mentioned, that education is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. Why? Because it's also where the other rights stem from. So it's a starting point to many other rights, as I mentioned. Next, okay. I've already mentioned this, but I'll say it again. Education is a way to realize other rights. For example, we have freedom of expression, right to work, right to political participation, right to health. So it's foundational. Foundational. It helps us understand, demand, and protect all other rights that we have as a human being. That is for the introduction on my part for why education is a fundamental right. If you guys have anything, I would like to hand it over to our next speaker. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we do.
Someone who
Yep, you're audible.
Okay, our next speaker can start sharing if they'd like.
Sweet.
Yes, I will
Our
share in
next
a few
speaker, go
moments.
for it.
Okay, great. We have Muhammad with us today, our next speaker.
Okay, is the screen visible for you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Banas. Thank you for the amazing introduction. I think after the introduction, everything is now clear that education is a basic human right according to many laws which are governing us worldwide. And education is really important for individuals, for community, in many different aspects, and especially in terms of health, since we are medical students and concerned with health. This will be our context. But unfortunately, many other rights, if not all the rights, not everyone have access to the rights that which there should be basic human rights needed for them to keep alive, to be alive, and to practice many different practices in life. And there are definitely multiple reasons behind that, which we are going to explore more in this part of the session, which are going to be barriers to education. So first of all, I will share with you some key statistics because I think with numbers, everyone will understand the depth of the issue. Starting with, according to the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, in 2023, around 773 the global illiteracy rate was around 773 million. 773 million people are actually illiterate, and that's a very huge number, especially if we compared it to the number of school students, which are approximately near to the number. So imagine the number of students enrolled in schools is close enough to the global illiteracy rate, and that shouldn't be happening. Actually, the number of students in schools and academic institutes should be much more than the global literacy rate. And another fact that 2/3 of the illiterates worldwide are actually women, and that indicates that there is a gender inequality, which we will explore more. Yes.
Mohammed, your screen is like halved. It's not like full, if that makes sense. On
Just
one
a
side
second.
we have a picture of you, and then on the other side we have the slides. It's not
Is it
displaying like properly.
is it better now?
No, not for me at least. If it's improved for anybody else, do let us know.
It's
Yes,
the
please.
same
Is it?
for us too.
It's the
Yeah,
same? Okay.
yeah,
Okay, just a second, I will fix it.
that's okay. There we go. Wait. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. I can continue now. Like I said, the two-thirds of the illiterate are actually women, and that indicates that there is gender inequality when it comes to access to education. The number two fact, also according to the International Telecommunication Union, in 2023, 244 million children and youth are actually out of school. They never went to school, they never had proper education, and the majority of them are actually from a specific region, which is sub-Saharan Africa. And another fact that I found relevant, that 2.7 billion people, and that counts for close enough or more than the quarter of the population, actually have limited access to remote or online education. And as we all know that today, as for today, we rely much on online platforms. At least speaking about Google, we use almost Google every day. And like 2.7 billion people have a very limited access to such platforms, and that is very limiting for education. Okay. For now, I want you to brainstorm. This is a question for the attendees. What can stop someone from going to school or getting education? In other words, what are the barriers that are limiting people worldwide from getting access to proper education? Do you think, guys?
I think people in war-torn areas won't have a decent access to healthcare, to educational facilities, obviously, because infrastructure is being destroyed, and there's a lot of issues regarding that. So culture as well is a very good one.
Exactly. You guys are saying some important some barriers, but preferably can some of you open their mic and share their thoughts? We need more people using the mics.
Yeah, if there's anybody who'd like to unmute their mic and explain their point of view, please feel free to do so. You can raise your
Yes,
hand
feel
and
free.
then unmute
Feel
your mic.
free. Feel totally free. There is no correct answer or wrong answer. Just share your perspective. Yes, Aisha, go ahead.
In remote areas, there are no educational institutes, and especially for the girls, which is a big barrier.
Exactly. That's a very limiting factor for education. That's a major issue in many areas in the world. Yes, we have another someone raising their hand. Go ahead.
So I think it's finances. Basically, even though people do want to get their children education, but they don't have the means for it. Even if they have the psychological build up and they do have the awareness that education gets you places, but um, it's usually the finances. And then I would say it's the beliefs and the culture that women and girls don't need to be educated because all they are meant to do is run their homes. And this perspective is probably one of the biggest barriers to education for women and girls.
Thank you very much, Isha. I think if I correctly pronounce your name, but the barrier that you mentioned at the beginning, which is economic or financial status, that's actually one of the most important factors in which we will discuss. Thank you very much, guys. Starting with the barriers to education, we have multiple factors, but we kind of sorted them under umbrella terms. The first one, which is economic factors, it includes many limiting financial poverty and other factors that can be under the umbrella term of economic status. And we also have social cultural barriers, we have geographical barriers, we have conflicts and emergency situations, which many of you mentioned. And we also have disability and health conditions, and we have policy and institutional barriers. We'll break them down one by one. starting with economic barriers. Uh, as I mentioned, the economic barriers is one of the most important limiting barrier for receiving proper education, and the most common one as well. Poverty is very common in poor countries and poor families, and through that there comes a lack of education, and illiteracy is even more common in this population. Why does that happen? Because simply they cannot afford the school tuition fees, the uniforms and transportation, books. They cannot afford to those expenses, unfortunately. And also when it comes to food, because as you know, students require food in order to go to the school and or the high school or university or whatever, and that counts as an extra expense for such a family, and unfortunately they cannot meet that demand on daily basis. And I mentioned the food. Food and nutrition is also an important thing, and unfortunately poor families receive a very poor diet, a very poor nutrition, and we all know that nutrition and the health of the brain is crucial for performing well in school, and unfortunately, they do not get that privilege. Also, the hidden cost, it is actually a really good term. Some of you might say that in some countries, the educational system is free, is totally free. You do not pay fees to the school. But what if I told you that there is a hidden cost? At the end of the day, you will end up paying fees, for example, for the transportation. You will end up paying fees for school exam fees coming from the ministry, or paying school fees for the stationery, like the pens and pencils and other materials that you will need. So these fees are not paid to the educational system, but you will need those expenses, and that is actually a barrier for many millions worldwide. They do not have enough funding for such materials which are needed in education, and they end up dropping out. And also opportunity cost. Um, in some families, they see that their child, especially males, working and assisting their parents and supporting their family financially is much better than their kids going to school, because I said going to the school means that there are expenses. On the other hand, if the kid worked with the parent in the market, for example, they can generate, they can help their parents financing their house. So it's actually on the short term, it's might be beneficial, but at the end of the day and after many years, it's actually not a good decision at all, because this will generate illiterate generations, and they will also pass it to their kids, and the loop will continue. So, but we cannot blame them, because at the end of the day, their financial status is weak and they need money to live, even though the decision is not the best. And also underfunded schools education systems in many poor countries, the developing countries, the school system and the infrastructure is very weak, and the lack of staff, that is very limiting, because people will prefer not going to the school and end up working at a young age. Is it clear for everyone so far?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go to the next barrier, which is social cultural barrier. As you mentioned, that in some areas in the world, there is some social and cultural barriers. For example, if we pick gender discrimination, some people prefer that daughters, they better not go to school. They should marry even at a young age, start a family, and that is actually lead us to many other undesired outcomes if we are talking about the effects of child marriage. But in this context, it prevents or limits their daughter access to education. And also the child labor, I said that example in the previous slide. Uh, some kids start working at a very young age and drop out from schools um, because child labor is very common in some areas in the world. And for social stigma, yes, I see a hand raised.
You know, I relate very much to this point that you've raised. As someone who grew up in the UK, I spent 10 years in London. I grew up with a free education up until my A levels when I shifted back to Pakistan. And at growing up, I thought that education was just something that everybody had access to because they make it quite accessible there. But when I came back to Pakistan, my mother has been a principal herself. She has a bachelor's in education. She is she would never stop talking to me, and I would start feeling it as well, that we'd see so many kids, so many children just roaming around on the roads, like over there or back in the UK, if you were roaming on the roads, you could get asked questions by social services or by the police, you should be in school, why are you not in school? But over here, you see so many kids who have nothing on their minds except feeding their families. They have nothing on their minds except getting food on their plates. Children, kids who are being breadwinners for their families. It's so crazy to me. And only when I came here, I realized that there are so many people who just simply don't have access to it. And they should do, because you know what? We will never know the one of these children or one of these teenagers could make the difference in our country, in the world, with the way that they think, but they will never know. They might never know because they're simply barred off from a basic human right. So, you're talking about child labor, gender discrimination, social stigmas, language barriers. Kids who are roaming around in the streets, the last thing on their mind is getting an education. The first thing on their mind is getting money for their families. And I think it's absolutely unacceptable, which is why we've all come here today to talk about this, to generate conversation, and hopefully make a change. So, I completely resonate with the point that you've just raised. So, yeah, thank you for giving me the time. You can continue.
Thank you very much. That's actually a very good input. That issue is unfortunately very common, and you feel like these kids feel like it's the norm between them. They never think of going to get education. I think even if you offer them education, they will end up saying no. I prefer working. I prefer generating money. I prefer eating, spending that money on the food, spending that money to support my family, even though education in the bigger picture is very beneficial to them uh, as individuals, and they can support their family. Education is like a really good factor for success in many different areas. Unfortunately, also there's social stigma. For example, in people coming from specific ethnic backgrounds, or minority of religion, or other reasons, or even disabilities, these people face some kind of discrimination or stigma, and they end up not going to the school because they do not prefer or do not feel comfortable to receive that, or that sort of bullying on daily basis. So they end up dropping from school and start working in the market or roaming throughout the street. And also we have the language barriers. Education. Some people actually get education, but the education delivered is not according to the language they speak. So they find such a difficulty or obstacles to understand or to comprehend what they can pick from this education. So those are some social and cultural barriers. Does anyone have any input? I will check the chat. I see some people talking about child labor, and that's actually a common issue that has to be solved by many people, including us students or medical students. I will move on to the next barrier, which is geographical barriers. That actually differs from region to region. It differs from country to country, and even within the country, it differs from a city to city. For example, in my country, Sudan, from in the same city, you might find, for example, a really good school, a student receiving the best education, even international education. But for example, in the far east of a certain city, or the far west, or the far south, they receive a really poor education. As you see in the picture, this class, it might not be. I don't know in which country is it, but I'm pretty sure that it can be common in many different schools worldwide. As you see, the infrastructure is really terrible. The school, the class, the chairs, they are not comfortable at all. There is no electricity, probably. So these are some geographical barriers, and especially in the rural areas, schools are usually very far from homes, and the students end up working a lot of distances as there is no transportation, and that is an extra burden for them. Like, imagine working distances at the start of the day and coming back from school on daily basis. That is actually tiring. We all heard of stories that sometimes not our parents, but grandparents, and even stories from social media, that people used to cross, for example, a river using the boat, or for example, like cutting the desert or whatever. That actually happens, like till today. Some people cut a lot of distances in order to receive education. And also lack of proper educational infrastructure. Uh, as we see, the class is poor in terms of facilities, poor in terms of probably human resources. They don't have uh, well-trained or well-educated teachers, and also the lack of environment, which will lead some students to drop out of school by choice. Some people would prefer to work, generate money, and instead of studying in such school. Like the outcome we all know that the outcome is of education comes out after a long time, but they prefer to generate money as soon as possible and end up dropping from school. And the next barrier, which is conflicts and emergencies. This situation is pretty relevant in my country. As for now, we all know that Sudan is facing a conflict. Exactly, that's actually a good investment. Investment in education comes out with a good return on investment. Okay, and talking about the conflicts and emergencies as a barrier, as I said, from a context in my home country, Sudan, we all know that Sudan is facing a conflict as for now, and also in different countries throughout the world. For example, in Gaza, we have also in Ukraine and Yemen and other countries. Educational infrastructure are severely damaged, as we see in these classes. The educational facilities are damaged, and unfortunately, that limits maybe tens and hundreds and thousands of students from receiving education. And to rebuild and reconstruct these classes, it will require much money because the damage happens in many different schools, not one or two schools, and the country is typically poor. They will not rebuild these schools in a quick time. They will demand much time, much financial resources, and this is usually not easily available. To break this down, the first factor in conflict, which is displacement, we know that families end up leaving their homes, probably move to a different city or a different country, and their children end up being not able to go to the school in the different city or different country, maybe for a year or two or three or even more, till the conflict in their country end. And sometimes the conflict never end soon, and that is actually a sad truth. And also the destruction of infrastructure. It happens wide often, and as the educational infrastructure shouldn't be a target at all in conflict zones, but it actually happens. A lot of schools become a target, and they are demolished or uh, destroyed, and that end up preventing these kids from receiving the proper education. And also lack of safety and security. Usually in conflict zones, it is extremely unsafe to walk distances, go to the school. You might end up being shot by a bullet, or even if unintentionally, or for example, a weapon or a missile end up falling in the school. That is totally unsafe to go and receive the education from your school or whatever educational facility these kids or youth are into. And also an important thing which I found really a limiting factor: the interrupted learning and psychological uh, traumas. We all know that kids usually suffer from mental uh, issues the most, especially when it comes to war. They see or they experience extremely sad stories. For example, they see hundreds of people end up being dead in front of their eyes, or even a trauma they face, for example, sexual harassment by any armed anyone, because there is no law. Everyone can do whatever they can do, and that end up being a psychological trauma for these kids. And at the end of the day, they end up being in anxiety, depression, PTSD, and at the end of the day, um, they do not go to the school after what they happened to them, and that actually very very sad. Also limited humanitarian funding for education. uh, After the educational infrastructure is damaged, as I said earlier, it is very difficult to collect money to rebuild and reconstruct the damaged educational facility. And also we have a limiting factor, which is disabilities and health barriers. Facing exclusion. Some people are actually coming from different races, different backgrounds, different issues. And as I said, they might face bullying that will make them feel ashamed from attending the school. Like, no one is ready to be bullied every day, and they will end up not going to the school. And another factor, which is lack of inclusive infrastructure. Some people with disabilities or certain health conditions, for example, they require adaptable toilets, or as we see in the picture, they require ramp, and a lot of educational facilities lack these resources, and it end up being a burden for them to go to their educational facility on daily basis. and also the same situation for chronic illness and lack of health service. They will end up being absent most of the time, especially since there is no support to their health condition within the school. And also, the school is a space where they meet a lot of people from different, coming from different backgrounds, and probably catch up a disease since they already suffer from a chronic illness. And for example, catching an organism, a microorganism, and end up having an extra illness in addition to the illness they suffer from. And also mental health challenges is also a factor because some people suffer from certain conditions, for example, ADHD, and in their facilities there is no support for or no understanding for their needs or the special learning needs, so they end up never receiving the proper education they deserve. Everything clear so far?
Yep.
Any question, any input?
Any questions, anyone?
You can open your mic, you can share it on the chat. Okay,
So
I see.
I've seen that ADHD now gets diagnosed in some of the countries at an early age, and the students get their prescribed medicine for it as well. Do you think it's getting anywhere, this program? And is it getting to more countries? I think it's applied in US, and I don't know of any more countries. Do you have any idea if anybody else is also applying this rule of diagnosing ADHD early and treating it as it should be treated?
Okay. I think there are many limiting factors to education about ADHD. Starting from not many people are aware of ADHD. For example, some parents might have an ADHD kid, and they don't even know what ADHD means. They will mistreat them and end up his or her situation end up being worse. And especially if they went to the school, for example, and the same or almost the same situation happens there. Uh, Not all teachers, not all the staff in the school are trained to, for example, teach such type of students. And the ADHD people require exactly, they require a special form of teaching, and they do not usually get that in schools, especially only in specific schools which are quite expensive, or not everyone has access to such type of schools. So it end up being a burden for the students who are suffering from ADHD and other similar mental health challenges.
Yes, thank you. Now that I think of it, it's not that big of a deal, and it does not require a lot of finances. I mean, we can easily inculcate taking a questionnaire from each student and, diagnosing them early. If not a definitive diagnosis, maybe doing something to help them. Even if it does not involve taking medicines, ADHD children are prescribed to take stimulant medicines, right? But even without medicines, they can be helped. But the thing is, mental health issues, we don't see them. Physical disabilities, we see them and we cater for them. But mental health issues, they're not talked enough about because we cannot see them, right? So I think it's not that big of a deal, and it requires reforms, and we can easily bring them in our education system. But the steps that need to be taken, I think we, even as like part of the SCORP, we should be working on it as well, on reforms and policy building.
Yes, exactly. The responsibility is actually shared between multiple people. It is responsibility for example, us medical students. We have to raise awareness about ADHD and other health conditions, and it's also the duty of the school staffs to prepare and train their staff in a good manner in order to treat their students in a proper way, and also for the healthcare facilities to give them the needed medication or whatever health need they need, and that all contribute to a better mental well-being for them and end up receiving the proper education they deserve. But thank you very much for your input. It is much valuable input. Uh, this is the policy and institutional barrier. It is the last barrier we have for today. It is also a very important, very important barrier, especially when it comes to lack of political will and investment. The educational sector in many countries, it does not get the enough investment, does not get the enough development, lack of funding for education for many years. We all know that in some countries that educational sector receive um, like very low funding from the annual budget from the government, and hence the infrastructure is weak. There is lack of staff. There is no development to the educational programs. There is no development to the educational infrastructure, and that have a direct impact on education. People will end up never receiving the proper education they need, and also inequitable education policies. In some countries, education is not inclusive. It's considered a norm that education is for only males. Education for females is not a common thing in specific areas, in specific countries in the world, and that's actually an issue. The government should modify their policies in order to make education more inclusive for everyone, whether they are coming from a different gender, different ethnic background, different religion, regardless of any background or any difference between people. Education is for all. It is as a basic human rights for everyone, and the outcome of receiving a proper education is a benefit for individuals, communities, and countries as a whole. So countries should invest more in the educational field. And also corruption and mismanagement. The educational field is not managed in a good way, and also the weak education governance and planning. There is no proper planning to make education a good experience for each and everyone in terms of developing, in terms of meeting the needs for the community, the needs of the people. And restrictive legal framework. For example, in case of refugees who end up going to another country, they do not get education unless they have certain paperwork, unless they have certain certificates, unless they have a certain document. That is actually common, and a lot of people are actually prohibited from receiving education, and that's actually sad. I think the policy and the countries and the stakeholders or decision makers should modify their framework in order to make education more inclusive for everyone who is hoping to receive education. That's all regarding the barriers. Does anyone have any question before we move to a more fun part of this activity?
Let's move it on. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so we're gonna have to kind of skip over it if that's okay.
It's okay, no issues.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You
Okay.
have held an amazingly educational session. Pardon the pun.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know,
We
it was
can give the floor
wonderful
to
to hear.
Francesca.
You've
Okay,
broken
thank
it
you very
down
much.
very well, and you've told everybody the facts and figures as well. So, you know, that's very important. All right, everybody. Our next speaker, Shika.
So I'm going to share my screen. Just tell me if you can hear me and if you're seeing the screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Is all working? Okay, perfect. Sorry, let me just take the Zoom floating thingies out of the way. Okay, so hi everyone. Once again, I'm Chica from Manem, Portugal, and I will try to make it this as short and concise as possible. Unfortunately, since I'm sharing the screen, I won't be able to see your questions on the chat, but you can always send them to me later, or you can open your mics. Don't be shy. I think the best of these sessions if they are a bit interactive. So I decided to start my part with this quote from John Dewey, which is a philosopher. And he used to say that education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. And this comes back to everything that my colleagues have been saying, that like education is the foundation of societies, the foundation of our lives and in our communities. It touches like every layer of society, our well-being, our economies, our rights, and even our futures, of course. And when education is denied, there is consequences that ripple across generations. So if we go back, maybe in the time of our great-grandparents, the fact that they didn't have an education had a consequence, for example, in our grandparents. Okay, so when we think about education and his transformative power in societies, we can come up with a couple of, great benefits, like it reduces poverty, it advances gender equality, improves health and well-being, it promotes peace and democracy, and drives sustainable economic growth. And you may be wondering, okay, but how exactly does this all happen? So I'll be tackling some of these topics with more detail soon. So I wanted to give you also some data just for you to have an idea of an immediate impact of education. So globally, this is a round number, around 263 million children and youth are out of school. And in crisis zones, girls are 2.5 times more likely to be out of school compared to their male peers. And just to also have an overview, each year of education that a person receives, that a kid receives, reduces the risk of child marriage by 7%, which is a lot, especially considering in the case of girls. And also, education can reduce maternal mortality by around 70%, which is quite a lot as well. So when we think about the health impact, I think it's important for you to have these 2 points. I pretty much have this compare and contrast. So, for example, educated mothers are 2 times more likely to immunize their children. So they will vaccinate their children. So they will be protecting them, protecting their communities. And this is a very conscious and important public health step. They're also more likely to access antenatal care and less likely to suffer from maternal mortality. However, the lack of education tends to increase the risk of child malnutrition and also the spread of misinformation. For example, people being a bit hesitant of, vaccinate their kids, or even some, ideas like we had in the COVID that you would get 5G or 6G if you get a COVID vaccine. I don't know if you have this idea, but for this part, I decided to do a little bit of research about Pakistan. But in Pakistan, women with secondary education are significantly more likely to access healthcare during pregnancy. So you can really tell how that has a positive impact in the health of that woman and also in the life that she's generating. So I have a question for the audience. I don't know if you can think of a moment when health education changed someone's life in your community or education in general.
I think
Don't
that
be shy, you can open your mic. Oh,
I
yes,
think
yes, of course.
I think that people who are victims of rabies, when they like, learning about the vaccine and getting immunized is so important because rabies is a very fatal disease. So I think that obviously there isn't much awareness about it, but slowly more and more awareness is being spread regarding it within our community. And it's a life-saving thing because rabies is such a fatal disease. So I think everybody should know about, its relevant vaccinations, its immunization protocols as well. That's slowly starting to come to life. When we in fourth year med school, we study about community medicine and we get taught the expanded immunization program. We're able to pass it on to other people as well. So I think that is a very, not just with rabies, but with other diseases as well that require immunization and vaccines. It's so, so important for people to just know about it so that they can genuinely like keep themselves safe and their loved ones safe as well.
Thank you so much for your input. I think it was a lovely example because it really shows the real impact of education, and especially health education in communities, and how these type of health literacy can actually save lives and be a major step in public health. I don't know if anyone else wants to share or there's something that you want to say.
Is there
If
anybody
not,
else like to contribute?
okay, so we'll move on since we still have a couple of things to discuss. There's also the economic impact. So just for you to also have an idea, each year of schooling equivalence is equivalent to around 10% of increase in individual income. So that is a considerable number. And also, countries that increase average education levels see faster economic growth. And that is something that shows that education is something that is worth investing, even for the financial, prosperity of a nation. And if we think, on the other hand, of the school dropouts, they tend to be more vulnerable, for example, to unemployment, early marriage, and exploitation. So in the case in Pakistan, 22.8 million Pakistani children are out of school. So labor force participation and literacy are directly correlated. And this is this is a number I found, and it's information from May 2024. Sorry, it's March 2025. Sorry, I wrote May, but it was March. So it's quite updated, and it's a very concerning number, which means there's still a lot of things that we should go to, improve the education in this context. So when we think about education, we have to see it not as a cost, but as an investment, especially for national prosperity. And of course, this couldn't be a SCORP session without discussing human rights impact. So when we think about people without education, they tend to struggle to access justice or even defend their rights because they simply don't know them. They are unaware. They don't know how to defend them. They don't know their rights, and they're in a very, very, very vulnerable position. Also, discrimination tends to persist unchecked because, people aren't aware that discrimination is happening. So they just assume it's the normal thing. So it's business as usual. Then also conflict and inequality can rise in situations where the education is lower. However, with education, we can have people that are more engaged in civic life, which is so important. We want people that have literacy in general. We want people that have a voice, that know their rights, that have voting rights, that can exert those voting rights. They can choose the best for themselves. And for that, education is key. And also regarding to that, they can demand accountability of the services, accountability of the institutions, of the systems, of their own governments. But again, education is the key. And they also can become advocates. So this becomes a full circle. They can protect the historical marginalized voices. They can give actually a voice to the people that don't have one, since they already had the opportunity to learn more. They got the knowledge to understand that certain things are not okay and others are. They can do so much more for themselves and others. So for example, in Pakistan, the low literacy rates among women tend to hinder their political participation, as some people said before, and even protection against gender-based violence. So they are also more susceptible to be victims of GBV. So that being said, I wanted to know the public opinion of which impact of education do you think it was the most striking? It was in health, it was in economic, or it was in human rights, and also why? You can open your mics and just share.
I think that we can find impact in all three, and it depends on people's lenses where they're able to find that impact. You know, the way that people see the world and the way people have their perspectives, it entirely depends on, you know, where they're able to see it. And I personally believe that health by far is something that education has a major impact on, because it's a life or death thing, and it's a quality of life thing, and these are things that people have to live with for the rest of their lives, right? And you know, I believe that as healthcare professionals, our field is pivotal. It is the crux of every society, because if people are not feeling well, if people are not thriving in a healthy manner, they cannot contribute to the economy. They cannot go out and fight for their rights and fight for what they're supposed to have if they're not healthy. So it all stems back down to that, in my honest opinion. I feel like, you know, we can't, if we look at a tree, the tree grows from the seed, right? And no matter how many branches it has, if the seed is still in play, the tree will continue to grow. So I personally believe that the impact of education that's most striking, that is the most striking, is health.
Thank you so much. I see Aisha. I don't know if I said correctly.
Yep, Aisha, go for it.
I think as a girl, the most striking impact of education is on rights, because the more a girl is aware of her rights, the more she has control about the decisions. Otherwise, it would be the other way. People would decide for her in
Thank you
every
so
case and
much.
every.
Thank you. That is a very important point. Education is power. If we look throughout humankind history, I'm a bit of the outsider here. I come from Europe, and even Europe had a really dark past. I think we're still facing some of our struggles. But for example, even when we go to the Middle Ages, so there was a time that if we look at history, religion was being used as a tool of control, because the nobility and the clergy, they wanted to have power. And how could they have power? To have people ignorant. So they made everything that was related to education as something evil, as something that people shouldn't try to look for it, because it was a sin. And it was very easy for them to keep richer, to live a very luxurious, a very frugal life, while people were starving, while people were suffering, while people were extremely sick, why even science were kind of going backwards. So a lot of the innovations that we have from the Romans was kind of lost during what we usually call the Dark Ages. And we also have the bubonic pestis, that it was also a major event in Europe. So you can really tell that ignorance, it can usually be used as a tool of controlling of people. And when people have the knowledge, they understand their rights, they understand their position in the world, they can do so much more for themselves and actually the others. So I will pass the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'll share my screen. Okay, so we will be talking about real life examples of case studies. I would like to start with first mentioning Malala. I guess we all know her. She's a famous idol. Okay, so I would first like to start by sharing her story. For the sake of time, she'll be the only story that I'll be mentioning. Like her story will be the only one. So Malala is the youngest ever Nobel Peace Prize winner. So how did her story start? Let's see. She's from Pakistan. She was born in Pakistan. She was, let's say, raised in a rather conservative region, which then shifted toward Taliban influence in the early 2000s. And her father actually was an educator and ran a school where he encouraged equal education for girls. So what happened? During her time, schools were bombed or shut down, and women were forbidden from public life. So at just 11 years old, what did she do? She started by writing anonymous diary for BBC, and her entries documented life under the Taliban regime, the fear, and her desire to go to school. This is what she wrote about, basically. So after this blog, what happened is that Malala began appearing in local media, advocating for education, of course, and she was actually featured in a New York Times documentary under the name Malala's Story. At the age of 15, what happened is that while returning home from school, a Taliban gunman boarded her school bus and shot her in the head. She was shot in the head, and the bullet passed through her head, neck, and her shoulder, critically injuring her. But even that, she did not give up. So what happened is that she was transferred to Queen Elizabeth Hospital in the UK for specialized care, and she went, under multiple surgeries and rehabilitation until she was recovered. So her story actually became a symbol of resilience against extremisms and against, any force who's against women in general. So what did she do? In 2013, she co-founded the Malala Fund, which is a non-profit organization that's focused on girls' education, investing in local education, and also working to ensure that 12-years of free quality education for every girl. And at the age of 17, she became the youngest recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, so that was her story of Malala. We have other examples, like we have Gandhi, who was from India. What did he do? He focused on practical skills and moral values, and he fought for women's rights to education and also to other things as well. So education was not his sole focus, his sole purpose. Okay, and he helped education to be more accessible to all, especially marginalized groups. In his works influenced India's education systems and inspired global educational reforms. One other example that I want to give is Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela, which fought against apartheid, which was denied Black South Africans basic rights, including education. Again, this was not his sole purpose. It was not only education, but education was one of his purposes, because how hard life was back then, especially for people of color. And he was imprisoned for 24 years for his activism. And after his release, he focused on making his country better, and that also included education for all South Africans, regardless of the race. And of course, his efforts led to significant changes, increasing access to education for Black South Africans and promoting equality in the education system. So I want to ask you guys a question. I want to know if any of you guys know stories, real life examples about this, about people overcoming education restraints. Does anybody want to talk or chat? Yes?
Sorry.
Since we talked about how disabled or people with special needs face barriers to education, so I would take this opportunity and talk about my father's sister, my pupu. She has glaucoma and she was declared medically blind about at the age of 18. But today she has a PhD and she teaches at uh, a renowned University of Pakistan. The class of, I think she teaches MPhil students, philosophy students, and she is now a PhD in sociology. So she had to go through so much. And if if I start talking about it, she would not find writers for her exams. She would not find audiobooks of the her course books, and every single thing. She would not be allowed to take an attendant with her. But through everything, through all the adversity that she had to face, today she is an educator, and she has probably one of the most amazing degrees that we know, a PhD. So I always love talking about her and how, if you have the courage, if you have the will, you can reach heights that not even perfectly able people can. So I do want our country and every other country to take initiatives and make reforms that help people with special needs. But by till then, it is not taken. I wish there are places and there are where people can actually talk about their difficulties and solutions could be formed. But in the meantime, I wish everybody, I wish and hope that everybody who has actually everybody has a right to education. I cannot even say if anybody wants to get education. Everybody should be getting education, the basics of it at least.
Thank you so much for the story. It's really an inspirational story. And yes, I agree. I think education is not a privilege. It's a fundamental human right that needs to be accessed everywhere in the world, no matter the race, no matter the place, no matter the ethnicity.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what Isha said, what everybody said. And as medical students, we we have a habit of saying we have to study, we have to study, we have to study. And um I put out a post in that group and it really changed my perspective on things. It's not that we have to study, it's that we get to study. We have this opportunity to study, we get to do it. Like there are millions of people out there who would do anything to be in the position that we're in. Like they would do anything. And we're here. And while it gets tiring and we're all humans, we have the right to complain. But if you think about it, it's it shouldn't have to be this way. It shouldn't have to be a privilege for us. It should be something that everybody has a right to, everybody has access to, because from those people, one of those people could change the world. And when you put it that way, it constantly blows my mind. When we're going out and we're having people coming up to our car, kids, children, with their food, and they're like, can you like um help us out? And it's just like, I think it's so much more important to teach a man how to fish so that he'll fish for the rest of his life, instead of giving the fish to him once and him never being able to get that again. And the only way one does that is through education. It's we're in a society now where the role of money is so overly heightened. It's so overly exaggerated. And yes, it is important, but money can be stolen, possessions can be stolen, but education and knowledge, these are things that cannot be stolen away from you. You could make it, you could have everything, but if you know how you've done it, you could have everything taken away from you and then do it again. Whereas if you have everything given to you on a silver platter, once it's taken away from you, you will crumble. That will happen. So the purpose of having this session here today was to start that conversation, because it doesn't get spoken about enough. People have to pay thousands of pounds, thousands of dollars for a decent education. And for what? That same education, like everybody should be able to access that, not just the rich and the upper class, but everybody. So, you know, I think it's so important that we are able to, get together on this, definitely.
Yes, I totally agree. Thank you so much for this wonderful speech. I also like to say that we take education for granted. For example, we complain about early mornings, boring lectures, and heavy textbooks, when we forget that what feels like a burden to us might be a dream that's denied to millions, you know? And we walk into, let's say, into classrooms, into lectures without thinking twice, but we have others that risk their lives just to step into one. And as I said, it's easy to take this for granted when it's just handed to us, like you said, on a spoon. Silver spoon. I think that's what you said. Yes. But somewhere out there, a child, is holding on to hopes with nothing but a pencil and hoping to never stop learning. So, it's maybe time for us to see this not as an obligation, but as a privilege that we have, that we should be grateful for this. Yeah, and thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Banaz. Very, very insightful, very, very informative. It's you have done an amazing, amazing job, all of you guys. I believe we have Shika next.
Thank you,
Yes,
guys.
we do. I hope you can hear me again.
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to talk about some innovative solutions that are happening right now. So it's also to bring a bit of hope in sometimes what seems to be a world full of despair. So I'm going to start with some digital learning innovations. The first one that I selected is Colibri. So just to give you a bit of an input and a bit of an insight, is a free open source offline education platform by Learning Equality. And it pretty much provides digital lessons, quizzes, videos on laptops, tablets, mobile phones, whatever. And the best part is that it works without internet. So it's absolutely perfect for areas that really have weak signal, that are very rural, they're underserved, they don't have access to proper connection. And also it can be used in refugee camps, it can be used in low resource schools, homes, and so on and so forth. And for you to have an idea, it has been piloted in some rural schools and low income settings with some support of some NGOs to make sure that students, even in these underserved areas, even when they don't have much, they can still get access to quality content. The next one I selected, it is radio schools. And this especially was relevant during COVID. So pretty much when schools closed during COVID, some of the governments in Balochistan pretty much use radio broadcasts to continue primary education. And you may think, radio, why is this even relevant? What are we talking about? But I'm going to tell you something. Radio is cheap. It's widespread and it can reach homes in even the most remote areas you can imagine, with no internet, with no electricity. So this means even with as little as you can imagine, we still can give people an education. And the other example I brought is something that is called Tilamabad. So it's a Pakistani-made mobile learning app in Urdu that teaches national curriculum content through cartoons, some songs, and interactive lessons. And it's great because it's engaging, it's child-friendly, it's culturally relevant. It's also aligned with what is Pakistan's single national curriculum. And for you to have just an idea of its impact, it already reached around 500,000 users, more than that actually. and it was adopted by the Minister of Federal Education. In terms of policies and systemic solutions, I brought you here this Article 25A from the Pakistan Constitution that declares the following: the state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 5 to 16 years. So it pretty much legally guarantees that education is, mandatory. But the issue right now is that the enforcement is still quite weak. So that is one of the problems. Another thing that we have is the single national curriculum. It is pretty much a policy that was introduced to standardize curriculum across public, private, and madrasa schools. And it allows us to reduce inequality and the learning outcomes. The issue, and what some people have been criticizing it during the past years, is that the implementation and the content quality have been, a bit debatable. But honestly, I do think is a first step towards a systemic alignment, which is quite positive. Something else that has been going on is education sector reforms and gender-sensitive policies. In some provinces, like Punjab, have been introducing cash stipends for girls to attend school, for example, gender segregated sanitation facilities to make sure that girls are still enrolled, which is an issue in some of the regions, and even female teacher recruitment quotas. So all these policies together, if you think about them, they are designed to remove the practical and the cultural barriers for girls' education. So this is, again, a big step towards gender equity and to education to everyone, no matter their gender. And last but not least, I'm going to talk a bit of some grassroots movements and local initiatives. So I selected the Umayyad Bachal Dream School. So it is funny because it started by a teenage girl in a conservative area, and she pretty much was using board textbooks and a makeshift classroom. So now is a registered foundation school for over 1,000 and something students, and especially girls. So again, this is great for the gender equity that we're trying to find. And this girl, she faced so many threats, but even so, she kept going. And her story gained especially attention when Malala Yousafzai visited the center. Then I also selected the Citizen Foundation, is the TCF, and it's something that allowed to build almost 2,000 schools in poorer areas. It was really focusing like low cost, high quality, nonprofit education. They tried to have all female teachers and principals to try to boost the girls' enrollment. And also it was trying to teach civic responsibility alongside academics so that people understand their rights and can actually fight for them. And then I also brought you the community-run girls' schools in KP and Cindy. So the locals, usually women or village elders, tried to transform like homes, normal homes, into makeshift schools, which, if you think about it, is really cool. They often supported by like small NGOs or even some women collective and feminist groups, for example. And they try to provide, which is the basic literacy and numeracy with a special focus on girls' empowerment. So again, the equity that we're looking for. And again, we have to be really realistic with this. Sometimes it's actually the only safe option where state schools are inaccessible or they simply don't exist. So these were some of the innovations that I wanted to bring you guys. I don't know if you have any questions or any comments.
Thank you so much. What I really like about your presentation is the fact that you've catered it to the students at Pakistan, because it tends to open your eyes when you realize what's going on in your own society. So it's very we're very grateful to have had you do that research. We're gonna have a quick energizer session now, if that's okay with everyone. Wonderful. I'm going to share my screen. All right. We've decided to call this the game of threes. Three of the best photos, 3 minutes. Do what it says on the tin. I would like everybody to share photos that are inspirational or meaningful to them. You have 3 minutes, and the best 3 photos will get a shout out. All right, we've got 9:52 until 9:55. Photos that are meaningful to you, empowering photos, powerful photos, share them within the meeting group chat, and the 3 photos that get chosen, we will have you unmute your mic and explain why you've chosen that photo. All right, so time starts now. We've got 3 minutes, and then we will move on to the next activity. Go for it. Share it in the meeting chat.
So I think in today's time, every single one of us is a photographer of our own.
Oh yeah,
And
honestly.
yeah, so everybody has their own favorite picture. Guys, it's all right, even if it's not meaningful and you like that photo and it is, you think if it's a masterpiece, we need to see it. Share with us your favorite pictures that you think are amazing, and we will pick the best out of it.
Right, we have 2 minutes left. It's 9:53. You can find the picture, share it into the meeting group chat, and yeah, we'll discuss it. (9:54). We've got 1 more minute left. Nobody sent a picture in. I think everyone's gone to sleep. Come on, guys. This is the point of an energizer. I'm gonna see if I can find a photo. Oh yes, Isha. That's a very pretty picture. Way this is going, I think Isha's gonna be the one who wins it.
In the meantime, I would like you guys to guess. Wait, I think is my voice echoing?
Where do you guys think this picture was taken? Hey, there we go.
I want you guys to guess what the water body is here in this picture.
We've got some wonderful pieces coming in. That is a very, very pretty picture. Hey, we've got some wonderful pictures coming in, guys. I'm gonna give it 1 more minute. We've gone over 3 minutes, but people have started finding some great pictures here, so. I'm gonna give it till 9:57 Pakistan time, and then we will ask people to very briefly explain their pictures to us. We've got crickets. We've got that's Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. All right, a minute has passed. We have received so many pictures, which is lovely to see. Let's pick 3 pictures. Laiba Shahid. Oh, this is going to be hard. Isha, I think our speaker our speaker has an amazing photo. I've chosen one. I've chosen our speaker's one, Mohammed Habib. Why don't you choose the other 2 photos? You could choose your own one if you'd like.
Okay, that's difficult. I love all the pictures here.
It's a very hard it's a very hard one. Because they all seem very meaningful. They all seem very empowering as well. So
Okay, if we give everybody like a minute and they can tell us why this picture is important to them.
yeah, we could do that as well. All right, who wants to go first and explain their picture?
I can do that. So I have shared 2 pictures. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so the first one, I always ask everybody to first guess what the water body is here. Do you want to guess, Shanawaz?
Yep.
Yeah, tell me. So what is the water body? Is it a lake, the beach, is it the sea, or what is it?
I think that it
I
looks
don't think you're thinking.
looks like the beach to me, man.
Mhm. That's the amazing part. There is no water body. This is basically a slab, and there was a drop of water, and I spread it evenly and then took a picture of the reflection. So you see, it's all about perspective. And once you see it, once you realize it, you'll see the rays coming out. And this picture is kind of hopeful for me that if I change my perspective and redirect my perspective, things can be so different. And I can get so many ideas out of even the smallest thing. So that is my idea. And I love how everybody, every time everybody gets it wrong and says it's the beast movie.
Wonderful. All right. Anybody else who'd like to explain their photo? Habib, Mohammed Habib, would you like to explain your photo, my friend?
Yes, sir. Okay, regarding the photo, it was not taken by me actually, but it's one of my favorite photos. Can anyone take a guess where was it taken or where is it from? Any
Let's have a
guesses?
look.
Mhm.
I think that this photo, it looks like an amusement. No, it doesn't look like an amusement park. It looks like masjids. Are they masjids?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm. So
Are they
actually, that
masjids in
is
Sudan?
in Sudan. Yes. That
Oh,
actually is in a masjid next to my home. It is from my neighborhood. It actually reminds me of my neighborhood. As you know, we are displaced as for now because the conflict in Sudan. So every now and then I look to the photo. It reminds me of my neighborhood. So it's a really a lovely photo for me.
wonderful, wonderful. All right. Let's now move on to our next speaker because we are unfortunately running short on time. So we'll move on to the next
The next
speakers. Whoever
speaker
the
is
next
me.
speaker is,
Mhm.
it's you?
It's me. Yes.
Wonderful. Perfect,
I can
perfect. See how
continue.
convenient. Go for it.
I will share the screen just a second. Okay, is it visible for you guys?
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you for my co-facilitators. I think they did a great job. They covered wide insights and perspectives. That link us to the importance of linking education to health. Definitely, education and health are interconnected. This part of this session will be kind of separated into two aspects, the one in green and the one in yellow. I will go briefly through the first one because we are running short of time. How education links to health. First of all, I want any one of you to name two characteristics that are common between all of us here. Like there are two, but are present in all of us. What do you think, guys?
We're
Open
all
your mic,
humans.
share. Mhm.
We're all humans.
Be more specific. You have hints in the screen.
All right, guys. What links us all together here? Let's get some answers in the chat.
I think it's basically a little bit of I want to save the world in each one of us that has got us here.
It's a very good answer.
No, it's a good answer, but I mean like a thing common between all of us. We all share this thing together. You have hints in the screen, in the middle of the screen, to the bottom right
Education
of the
and health
screen as
link us
well.
all. Oh. Oh my
Exactly,
word. How do
exactly.
I not get that? Yep.
So basically, all of us are medical students and technically into the health field, and also we are educated. And this is the topic of the main topic of the session: education and health. So we're pretty privileged, guys. We are educated and in the health sector. So, the first thing I want to talk about is how education links to health. We already, Chika has introduced us to main concept and how education can bring out a positive impact on individuals, on community, and populations. So the first thing is health literacy. For example, if people have a proper education regarding their health, technically they can make better decisions regarding their own health. They can choose which treatment to use, which one not to use, which medication, any decision regarding their health. They have a knowledge base, even if they are not medical students or not into the health education. At least being educated will have you somehow having general knowledge regarding health. So you will make better decisions regarding your own health. You will take better nutrition, better food that will also have a positive influence on your health and also disease prevention and economic stability. This might not be directly linked to health, but it is directly linked to income, which is, and in the end of the day, influences your healthier living conditions. Basically, if you are educated, you will end up working in a proper job, get paid really good, nice income, money comes, and then you can pay for the healthy living or the healthy lifestyle that is needed. For example, you can pay for access to the gym, you can club, even get a healthy food, and that also will have a significant impact on your own health and the health of your the people you take care of. For example, your family, your relatives, or whoever you take care of, and also your health behaviors. So if you know which things have a positive influence on your health and which ones have a negative influence on your health, based on your education, you can uh, proceed on which one to choose or not. You will choose exercising or eating healthy food, or avoiding junk food and avoiding tobacco, or you will avoid alcohol. This is the desired impact of education on health. And also for mental health and well-being, education will provide you with social opportunities. So basically, if you are educated, that means you will have more opportunities in life. You will network with people who are educated as well. You will meet in high scale events and meaningful spaces. For example, in this discussion, all of us are educated, and this is a positive impact from being educated. We can discuss health issues, and this gives us a purpose in life, and this will end up reducing the mental health issues. We will never feel depressed, since there is a purpose that we are fulfilling with others and community. Yes, Shahnawaz.
Mohammed, I'm so sorry to have to rush you, but unfortunately, we're running out of time on the meeting. We've got like 6 minutes left, and we also have Banaz as a speaker to just like round it off, okay? So I just wanted to like let you know so that we
Okay,
can.
okay.
Okay.
I will move faster to the most
Thank you so
important part
much,
of
man.
the session. Okay, no worries. And also the impact of education on the public health and maternal health and child health. So we will move to the role of medical students and health professionals in advocating for education rights. Advocating for education rights falls under medical students, healthcare professionals. By raising the awareness, you cannot encourage people to take an action without letting them know about its importance. So we have to educate people about the importance of education, the importance of education on their life, on their health, and so on. So simply as activities that we conduct, whether it be social media, such activities, or community outreach. Also, the policy advocacy, we can engage with policymakers, decision makers, and we have a really good opportunity within IFMSA and some NMOs who propose policy documents that shape education. And also collaborations with NGOs, local stakeholders, who kind of can bring off a positive impact, encouraging people to enroll into medical, enrolling into schools or any academic institutes. And also supporting undeserved populations. As we mentioned in the start of the session, there are some barriers. So if we supported people to encounter these barriers, that will connect them with resources that can help them to access education and have a proper inclusive education for each and everyone. And also advocating for education rights cannot be done without and evidence-based advocacy. As you have seen, we brought some statistics in this session. We have numbers, we have evidences, and also if in the future anyone who is trying to advocate even more properly, uh, do proper researches that are evidence-based to link poor education to poor health. That would be a good evidence, especially when it comes to encouraging or engaging with stakeholders, to encourage them to do more investments in education sector, do more work in the education sector in order to have a positive influence in the community health. And also mentorship and role modeling. We as students and future healthcare providers, we should be role models to our community. We should encourage them to, for example, pursue health or educational careers, and also to promote education, hygiene, nutrition, and reproductive health in these communities. So the responsibility is for each and every one of us, individuals, community, government, and organization. It is not, the responsibility does not fall under one of us. It is a shared responsibility. I reached the end of this section. We can now move to the last part of this session for today. Is
Thank you so
Banaz,
much.
are you here?
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Banaz, we've
You
only
are
got
welcome.
minutes left.
If Banaz is not here, I can cover it.
I think that we'll round it off. We can take a group photo as well, because there isn't enough time. But
Oh, it's okay.
yeah, like thank you so much to yourself, to Banaz, to Shika for hosting an amazingly extensive session and an amazingly insightful session that was filled with, collaboration, with engagement from all of our participants. We hope that you guys enjoyed delivering the session as much as we enjoyed being a part of it. It was it's an absolute honor to have you guys here, and I'm looking forward to getting in touch with all of you in the near future regarding more activities as the National Officer for Rights and Peace for Pakistan. So if you'd like to turn on your cameras, we'll take a group photo. And yeah, it's been an amazing session. We'll get that done. So if anybody would like to turn their cameras on, please do so. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming through today. And looking forward to getting in touch with you guys in the future. All right, I'm gonna take the photo. 3, 2, 1. Hold on, I'm not gonna be able to take it. There we go. I think it has worked. Hey, sweet. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me take another one. Perfect. Hopefully this is saved onto my computer. Yes, it has. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Shika, Banaz, Mohammed Habib, for turning up today in full force. I'm looking forward to getting in touch with you guys soon. We'll get some more activities done as members of Rights and Peace. And thank you to you lovely people for sticking with us today. It's been a long session. It's been an amazing one. And we're looking forward to have you guys with us on the next session that we host. All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much once again, Banaz, Mohammed Habib, and Shika. It's a
Bye,
pleasure.
everyone. Thank you for having us.
Take care of yourselves. See you soon.